Good evening and welcome back. So, um, I had a lot to do today. That's why I was not able to do a morning stream and being late for the evening stream. So, let's see what I managed to get done between those. Let's save those, yeah. I haven't done anything on the map itself, so there's nothing new here. It's all the same as it was yesterday, but I did something else. I started typing in lines for my dialogue system, and I want to get this loaded in for the dialogue I have in here. So let's see how this works. Here we have the data table, and let's go to the dialogue, and let's delete this because it's empty. And let's see if we can load this one in. Okay. So data table, pick the structure, that's this one, and then okay. Export as. How do I get this in here? I mean, this is looking okay. It has all this here, all in here what we need. But why can't we import this one here? Let's see. Okay, I see a problem with this because in here I'm using text with commas in it. So, and I read somewhere that by default it's using comma as a separator. So I need to change all these into something else. Apparently. Thank you for the follow. This will look strange, but let's see. here. And we need to do something else here. Let's use this. Even though this won't work at all. I think that's kind of a problem there, but yeah, I don't know if this will work because these are different structures or classes, and there's a list, so I'm not sure if that works at all. Let's save this as wait, I want to change the two. Okay. Comma. Okay, let's try it this way. But I'm quite sure that it will not work. Which means I might need to create a different structure only for the text and few simple things that I can add to this. Yeah, failed to import. Okay. So that doesn't work. So I think I need to create a completely different table. So basically I don't need this. Don't need that. Yeah, the conditions. I think I will keep that, but just as a string. And I need to format those. It's just text. And then I need to create a structure that holds all these without the more advanced stuff, basically, without the lists and stuff like that. So let's duplicate this and call this dialog table data struct, and here we can remove the sound file length, and change this to two strings. Or maybe text works. And the game condition as well. And now we need to create this. Not sure if I need to change this to something else. Not sure what that does, but it's okay. Let's open that just with editor, just so we can see what it looks like. Yeah, okay, now it's yeah. So this should work if we select the right one, the right structure. Wait, I wasn't even able to set the structure. Okay, I need to look up how to work with those, because
This is a tutorial on bringing
this does not work. Okay. So that's an example how it should look like with integer, and an asset. Yeah, the icon we want to use. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I need to yeah, okay, maybe I did something wrong here. Import, and let's go here. Yeah, but it can't read that. work on this. Set quotes here. Or double quotes or whatever they're called. And see what we get. I'm not sure if this works at all. Okay, here sometimes it sets them, sometimes not. Strange. Okay, let's try this again. Okay. That was the problem. Okay. Good. Yeah, we still need to figure this out here. How we can deal with that. Okay, now we should be able to get that into some kind of array or something like that. So let's close that and Okay, we have this thing here where we can load. They are loading character data, but they take the data table, go through it, and do something with it. In this case, they're just printing the name. But we can do this and then fill in our data that we need. So let's do that. Put this over here. And I'm not sure if I can limit that somehow, but let's try it for this one. Maybe I need a table for every dialogue, which would be a bit much, but we will see. So let's go to the character. And sorry. Here's a dialogue list, and in that dialogue list,
Hello and welcome to another live broadcast. This is your online director, Charles Hunegart, streaming to you live from downtown Nevada City, California. And today we're going to be going over just some of the basics about AI. And some people may have gotten into it. I know there's a lot of videos out there, but we're basically just going to be creating a small skeletal mesh and importing that into the engine and creating the blueprints around that to make it be active and dynamic in the world. And so if you have any questions, please post them in the chat pod and we can get those taken care of. So right now I'm in Maya and I'm just going to create our little skeletal mesh. I'll just, I'm just going to create a basic polygonal mesh here, and it can be, I'll do a sphere, and maybe make that.
Sorry about that. That's why I don't like YouTube videos. Okay. What did I want to say? I wanted to say that I need to load in this and kind of set the dialogue this way. So in our construction script, I think I might do that, or I can do this on begin play. Yeah, let's do it on begin play. I think that's better. Construction script is for something else. So in here we want our data table. And let's create a function. Yeah, let's create a function for that. And here we are loading our dialog table. And then we go through that with an for each. And then we get row name. Yeah. Get data table row. And that's the table we are using. And if the row is found, we can add that information to our dialog list. And here we have our line list. And here we can add stuff to our line list. But before we can do that, we need to create the proper data for that. And here we need to make the data struct. And some of this we can just move over because the data is the same. Others we need to do some work between them. And here we have that. Okay, I think I need to have those as strings so we can work with them a bit better. Because I want to change those. String, explode string. to wait, didn't I have the condition as else game condition? Okay, and here we can use the first element as get element 0. These strings we can put in here as the name, and element 1 we need to change somehow. Element 1 we need to, I think I need to change this. The input I need to change, so we don't need this in here because we need to construct this here basically. And I also might need to change my actual data here. Because I have it in brackets and I just need something to separate both. And then I can work with it a bit easier. So we could go in here and change it by hand, because it's not that much data in here yet, so we can do this. Okay. Here we have the other one. Yeah, okay, this is not correct yet, but we need to change this table. Now we should be able to get a different separator here. And this for the condition. Let's see. I can't put that to a bool. So let's change this data again. And see if we can convert that to an int and then to bool. Okay, that's for the condition. And the command list will be a bit more complex. Luckily I only have one command in here, so I'm not sure if that works at all. So I might need to track that somewhere else. Yeah, I don't think that this works. Yeah, and okay, I need this to have a condition as well. So I need to make game condition. And from my data, it's the second one. So we can do this. But the problem is we can't get the command type that way. Yeah, now we need to change this completely. Yeah, this does not work. Which means the whole idea does not work. I mean, okay, I can get the basic data from it, but I'm not able to set the conditions and the commands from here. I mean, okay, the condition I could set, but commands do not work. I can't get to that. Because this does not work the way it should work. We need to add this to string, then explode this. The separator, and For each array element, we want to add that in here. Make an array. Okay, this data we have in here, and I'm not sure if the rest works. But let's try this. Maybe we can get this to work. Somehow. We need this to run. Let's compile this. Okay, we need to select that. Select this. Compile. So we're doing a branch here, and we're taking do commands as a condition. And if that is true, here we are. Both cases we're making an array. Hello. Oh, it is? Did I change anything? Or maybe I'm just talking too low. I'm trying to load data from a table. But the problem is I have a command list here, and I can't put that into something because the first thing is part of an enum, and the second is parameter. Condition I got to work, but the rest is a bit iffy in some cases. And here I have that's also a list of integer for the IDs, and I separated them with this vertical line thingy. I'm not sure what the name for it is, and I'm converting those into from text to kind of, yes. I will try to do it in Blueprint first, and if it's too much pain, then I would need to go into C++ and do it there. But even then, I'm not sure if the... Oh, I just saw that I forgot to change this data here, so let's do this by hand. I'm not sure if I could get the command list to work as an input. Or any list for that matter. That's why these 3 columns here are just text. Could have put them to string, but set them to text for some reason. For all of them, for condition, for command list, for character lines. Yep. But the problem is it doesn't work for command list, because my command looks like this. And what I have is a text that says what the condition name is, or the enum name here. And I also have a condition on it, where the condition I'm setting the name. So it won't work because it's too many different pieces that I need to put together. So even making the simple condition here was a bit of pain to do. So I think I need to do these, the command list I need to do on my own, as well as setting the sound file and stuff like that. So just create an array there and be done with that part at least. And then we go back up here. And add that to our list. Okay. No, in Unreal. I'm trying to import lines out of a data table. And it's kind of complicated because some of the data I have in here I can't use. So I need to do that by hand for each dialogue, basically. Oh, nice. The other thing is I created something kind of similar to that in Unity. Is it here somewhere? I think I have a picture of that somewhere. It's not the right one. I have too many browser windows open. I can't find the right one. Here, that's the thing I created for Unity. Thank you. I don't know how to do stuff like that and even start in Unreal for stuff like that. So I don't know. The thing is, they recently did the live streams. I think the last 3 or 4 live streams were about stuff like that, but I haven't watched any of them yet. So maybe on the weekend I will look into that a bit and maybe I can figure it out so that I can create my own editor in Unreal again. Even though using data itself as a data table would be better, I would say, because I can kind of use it without anything. But the thing is, I need to get rid of some of these things here. The condition I can get out of this, but the commands just don't work because they list themselves. The children work because they are just a simple list of integers, but some of them are empty, so it's also kind of a problem. I mean, for most of the stuff in Unreal, you don't need to code anything. Yeah, okay, I could do that, yeah. Um, the thing is, let me show you again. My struct for the dialog command uses an enum to control what we want to do, basically. And what I saved is a string. Set condition true. And I can make it work. It's not that it doesn't work. It's just a bit yeah, I need to. Let's try it. Let's try to get this to work. First get a string because I used the wrong import type, and explode that. And separate by this line. And now our first element is a string we can't use yet, and the second element is a string we can put into a new condition. Which only works as we have only one command in here. Otherwise, even that doesn't work. Then I would need to change it by a different separator, stuff like that. Okay. Here we need to make a condition. Yeah, I was thinking of doing something else. First I want to make the game condition here. And here we can set the name. So that part works. Yeah. I was a bit complicated, thinking a bit more complicated, I think. Because I can switch on string, okay. I can't select a specific string here. Okay, so that won't work. I was maybe thinking on switching on a string by just typing in the name that I use here and then outputting the enum. But if I can't set this here, I can't set a proper name, then it doesn't work that way. So I need to do this differently. Let's hide a few things, collapse that to a function and make that pure. So that part is out of the way. And I think this part is also working, so we can move that out of here. I think it clears up a bit when I'm through with it. So basically we can move this up here to make it a bit more clear there. If I look in here, it's just doing what I had there. And same here. Okay. Why? I mean, it's dialogue is a big part of the game. Yeah, visual scripting. The thing is, I'm using it for something that's done better in code, I think. Handling data that I'm loading in from outside um, is easier elsewhere, so it's easier done elsewhere, so it's a bit overkill what I'm doing here. So if that's true, then we want to get this. No, that's not what. Oh yes, that's working. Problem is I can't test it at the moment because I'm working on here. Let's break link. Make an array here. Break that link. Compile. go in here and have a look at that. Sun is moving, time is advancing, and the villagers are moving around to the 2 spots I set as home spots, even though the time is a bit too fast, so they can't reach them. And if we change the time, that was in the game mode. Oh yeah, if we set this to 1 second per tick, not 1 minute. Then they should go to their resting places, their home locations, and once it's 9 o'clock in the morning, they should go back to the market and do their shopping. And this looks a bit strange, as if they are dancing or stuff like that, because there's only one small point that all of them try to reach here, and there's another point on the other side. Where the rest of them gathered. And if you wait for a moment, then they will start to go about their day. Yeah. The idea is that at some point every one of these villagers will have their own bed somewhere where they will go to at night, lie down, sleep. But at the moment, just playing around with the mechanics. Okay, it's nearly time for them to get out of bed, basically, and go do some shopping. And now they start walking towards either a market stall or the shrine to pray on it. Yeah. And the ones from the other side also walked over here. And the village is a bit crowded at the moment. I think I have 40 villagers here. I'm not 100% sure. The next big thing for the villagers would be some kind of stamina or hunger or stuff like that, so that at some point they need to go somewhere, eat something. But first I want to have them find their bed somewhere. So a lot of stuff I need to still implement for them. And maybe I want to put something in here so that they only need to go to the shrine once per day or so. I'm not sure. Not sure how many stats I want to give my villagers. Especially since the player has no stats at all. Yeah, the sword doesn't have any impact on something yet, so it's just floating around. And if I pick it up and try to equip that, then it doesn't do anything special. So it's not on the character itself yet. But at some point I want to be able to equip a sword. Even though there's no fighting, but dialogue options change if you have a weapon in hand. That's why dialogue is so important. It would they start to go to bed at 1800, 6 in the afternoon. Something like that, I think. Yeah, and these two are just following these waypoints here. They start at one, and each of these waypoints is pointing to another one. Okay, have fun. Bye bye. Now let's go back to our data thing here. So I can't set that. Does select do? Okay. Yeah, okay, I can do this with different return nodes, I think. So for this case, I can say return. And if it's false, we need to check again. So we need another branch. So we can copy that, set this to false, connect the condition, and connect this to true here. Those are the first two of them. Okay, the rest I would do differently. So I would have another branch here. add item. And select add item here, and then we need, for the item, we need to do something differently here. We need to convert the string we have in our second element into an integer. And that is the ID. And the third element, element 2 in the array, would be the amount. Then we duplicate that one more time. Do another branch here. And remove item. And then we feed those two here again. And to make this really work, we need to do this in a for each loop with another limiter outside of that, but for the moment this should work. Yeah, this is not ending in a return, so but that's okay, I think. Yeah, this is okay, because if it's none of those, then the data we get in is wrong. So let's go back to our event graph, and no, it was in here. Okay, now we can connect this. Okay. I think we can try this. The only problem is that this array only has one element. And in the event graph on begin play, you want to call that let's try this. Let's see if this guy over here has a dialog. Nope, he doesn't. Oh, his dialog's empty. We have errors. Yeah, okay. The usual ones I don't know how to fix. So this list is empty. And if we start play, okay, it seems to be working. But why does it not set the... That's a bit strange. So if we try to talk to him, this is empty. So let's see. If we click on him, that's in our first person, mouse clicked. Okay, here we are doing that, and on the test character we are doing this. Cast a first person character, get condition list. Even though we have the condition list here as well. But it's not set correctly. And here we have the dialog list, which is this. So it should be okay. Let's have a look in our dialog window. So here we are setting our dialog list with the one we get from the dialog component reference. Which is the one we set in here. No, here. That's our dialog list. Dialog component reference. It's going in here. So that is set from the outside and should work, but it doesn't. Okay, let's change this. Let's remove this from here and put it in the construction script. So that the data is there earlier. So in here we should have all this in here. Okay. Now we have them before we even running the game. So let's see. see if it works now. Nope, doesn't. Oh, I think I know why. Yeah, I'm using a condition that's not there. And we need to set that somewhere. I think I have the condition list on here. Yeah, this condition is not there. And we need the other condition as well. So let's try it now. Yep, we are one step further. But why is that empty? Yeah. Oh. What did I do? Maybe I shouldn't have clicked save when the game was running. Oh, okay, it saved in the background. Good. Okay. Let's check the dialog list. So this should be in there. Strange. So let's have a look in our dialog window again. But it did set this text here, so this should be okay. We're getting that. Getting the array here, going through that. We're getting the line according to the ID. Yeah. Checking if the ID is the same. If that's true, is we set this as found, and we are returning the line data. And we found the line. If we found the line, then we are adding it. Otherwise we're not adding it. And if that's complete, we're returning that. So let's save this again and try this again. Sometimes it had problems with data not set correctly, but it's not the case here. Yeah, it doesn't get the right list here. Oh, yeah, I see what's wrong. Maybe we should connect the line data here. That would help. That would help a lot. We just had this connected here to the check condition, but not to the widget where we want to set the line data to. So we didn't have text in there. Okay. Let's save this and try this again. Much better. There's a line missing. And this should break specific point, so we need to change the layout of the window here. So this should break at auto wrap text. And what's the size of this? Let's break it. Not sure how many elements fit in here. Let's see. Okay, we can't see the text there. Oh, we can see the text. Okay, so so this is already expanding, but I don't want it to expand at all. Okay, so this is 10. So let's put this to 20 and see what we get. That's not 20. Okay, so it is 450. Okay, that's a bit better. But it's not properly expanding here. Oh, damn it. And this has no line break in it. So let's go in here. Oh, and I need to change the scrolling text because I'm not working on AI at the moment. That's more what I'm doing at the moment. So the dialog line This should also wrap at 450. Or maybe we can do this at 475. Okay. Yep, that's slightly better. Problem is that this is not expanding in the vertical. So this needs to let's do something else here. Let's put this to 1. No, let's put this to 0.25 where I had it, but this to 0.75. No, that's here there's something wrong because that's the wrong line for the player. And now everything's broken. Yay! Okay. Yep. Nothing changed there. So let's check that. Okay. I see one problem with our data because the child line only has one element and it should have 2 in this case. So we need to check that part. Where did I do that? Let's first save this. I think it's in here. Is it in the test car? Yeah. And this is our int list. Okay, yeah. We don't want this to break here. But this doesn't work that way, so here we need to add to that array. Yeah, okay. So in here we need a local variable. Int array. And in the beginning we need to clear that. And here we need to add to it. Let's break that. Add this element. And only if that's completed, you want to go out here. That way we should get all elements. Oh yeah, we need to add this in here as well. Okay. Save that. Okay, and now we have two elements in here. So this should work a bit better now. Yeah, we have our two elements here. Even though this is not, we don't have enough space here. So we still need to change something on the layout. Not sure if that changed anything. The other thing is this should change the parent. So I think we need to put that in a size box or scale box, one of those. Yeah, no, this is replace with child, and wrap this in a, I think it's scale box. Scale to fit. Yeah, I think that's what we need. Let's compile this and see what we get. Nope, not really what I had in mind for this. Yep, not at all. Let's see what we get with that. Yeah, no, didn't help. let's change the let's change this to 1 and 1 as well. Let's see what we get with that. And here we have a problem because that is set wrong. So that some data is definitely wrong. So let's change this to 0.5. That's basically the same. Let's see if we have a difference here at all. Yeah, it's the same. So okay, it's on that line that we have the wrong setup here. So let's try to find that. Okay, who are you? And from there we go to this line. Okay, this is wrong. So we need to set this to set this to 9. Oh, 9. Okay, we need to set this in our data. So here we need to change that. So that if we click that option, who are you, you will tell us, and then we can go back to where are we here. This is set up correctly. Yeah. Okay, I had a small error in my own data, so that makes sense. So this should be fixed now. We don't need this. We don't need this open. I'm still not happy with this. Let's put this to auto and see what it'll do for us. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Then we have that. And we end the dialogue with that. And that didn't work. So the condition isn't changed. So the command didn't work. Okay, nothing new here. So the command is set in the first thing here. Let's see, our command list. We do set condition true. Talk to old man. Let's see what that does. That's in the dialog window. Okay, at the moment we are just doing these two. Um, Now I'm seeing one flaw in my whole setup because we don't need the condition in here because I already have a parameter that I can put the condition name to, so we don't need to do that. So that's okay. We can change the struct here, which would break a lot of things, and maybe we can. And we need to go through every point where we are using the command, so not sure if I want to do that. But we are only using the condition name here and not the value, so we can basically just use that. And I'm not using the add item, remove item yet, so I need to implement at some point. But this should be set correctly. Let's add a breakpoint here. And see what we get input wise. Oh. No. Sound should be still on. I'm just leaning back too much, so I'm too far away from the mic sometimes. And if I'm mumbling, you can't hear me. This didn't get called at all. Interesting. So he's not doing the command. Let's see if he's hanging here, maybe. Let's set a breakpoint here. And let's try this. Nope. Nope. Not at all. Let's go through the... Yeah, this is... Yeah, it's something different. Let's see, there was some kind of... message here. Oh, I'm still outputting the lines somewhere. Yeah, I'm doing that. On a click, I think. Nope. I think that's when they are added. So let's have a look in here. So it's not in here, but then maybe in the construction script on the dialog line. Yeah. But that doesn't help us with our problem that we have. But I saw something else here that I didn't like. Why is that? Looks strange. Set the style here. Let's see what that looks like. And I noticed something different. I want this to be my new font. Yeah. And black. Oh, dark gray. Yep, that's a bit better, but I need to set the size differently, and still have that strange shadow here. Not sure where that comes from. Could be the texture itself. It's not stretching correctly. Or it is overlapping, that could also be the case. Yeah, it's overlapping. So this is better when this is wider than it looks. Looks okay. But this text here needs to be bigger, so we need to find the right size for this and set it here. So what kind of size do we have here? That's 32. And this is set to 24. Much better. But it's still not resizing everything here. Let's put this in the middle. I think I need to change this. Put it in a better position. So in our construct, let's see if we can resize that. Wait, what did I give us? Vector 2 structure. So this we need to break. And then we need to set the position. Correctly. So we need this. Set. Transform. Okay. Let's see. We need more space here. Okay, and now we need this. So look here. This is at, if you put this at 0. Okay. So this needs to be size y, negative size y plus a margin. So let's see. Plus, let's put 20 here. Goes in here. So this is negative now. And we need to move this back a bit more. And for this, I need to divide that by 2. And then basically copy this. Let's try this. I'm not sure if it works, but maybe we get lucky with that. Can't move. Okay, it's down here somewhere. So it didn't work. Let's move this to the middle. So that we can see what it does. And I'm not sure if that's the right. No, we need something different. We need the slot position to set that. So the render transforms wrong here. No, this is also not right. Okay, we can't change that in here. That's strange. Yeah, that's the only thing we can get here. For the widget. Yeah, it doesn't look like we can do anything about that. So, how do we set this to resize correctly? because I want to set the the position here according to the size it has. And ideally anchored here. But I'm not sure if it resizes correctly. Yeah, it doesn't really resize correctly because we have all this space down here. Yeah, it resizes nothing in here. Now it resized a bit, but not sure if we will get that back. Yeah, no. So maybe I'm doing something wrong with my wrapping. Because when I set the wrapping off, it resized the window completely, but maybe I need to fine tune that a bit so that it should only wrap maybe I need to make this higher, so let's set this to 1000. Okay, it's a bit better, but we still need to change the height. The problem is when I'm pushing if I'm making this smaller, in here, size Y is already that high, so let's see. Yeah, but this should change. And this also. Okay, could do it with an animation. It seems horrible. Let's see if we can find something for that. Okay. Okay, this is not what I wanted there. And the resize of that. Yeah, I think, yeah, okay. Awesome example, awesome tutorial, but the whole setup is limited in the number of responses, or set in the number of responses, and limited in other ways. So, yeah, nope. Okay, there's no note of that yet. Oh wait. Okay. I think that's what I want. Let's try that. Canvas panel slot. Oops. And then we can set the position from there. Okay. Let's see if that works. Nope, doesn't seem to work. Or at least the It's not set correctly, so let's put this here and see what we get from that. Doesn't work. You're not getting the proper size for that. So we need not the desired size here, but the get size for this. Okay, let's see if that changes anything. Not really. And the problem is it's also in the wrong place. We have it on construct and it needs to update. So this all here. Let's collapse that to a function. Delete that there. And we are not using that in here. But every time we change this, we want that to happen. So after all this, when this is completed, then we want that to happen. Because then we have the size corrected here. Let's see if that works. That's still not doing it. For some reason it doesn't get the right size here. Oh, and I just saw an error in my idea for the scale box, because this is not supposed to scale. So that thing here we need to change to something else. Yeah, no, this is not right. No, we need this overlay thing here. So let's get that. Let's see if that changes something for us. Nope. Not really. Okay, what happens if we do not call that? Yeah, it's slightly better, but not really what I want. So, not sure. But the thing is, if we resize this, it's still too big, I think. Let's check that. No. Stop, and let's get the right size here. Yeah, I think that's okay. But it's not really centered, and it's kind of annoying me. I mean, I'm not really bothered by it, but it's just annoying. That's all. But I'm quite sure there are a few people out there that would go crazy if that's slightly off center, but still looks like it's centered. I think we had other options here somewhere. No, that's something else. That's pathfinding now. So that was that ID there. So let's see. Did I do it this way? Yeah, I did do it that way. Basically. Thing is, I'm not sure what the size is, so might be something completely wrong. So let's do a print. Print string here. And let's build save a small little string here. We can set. So the let's add a few pins. X is this and Y is this. And so that we can see that, let's set this to red and 10. And now we need to actually run this code again. Oh, damn it. We can't see it correctly. Oh, there it is. So it's always 130, which is the basic size we set for it. So we're not getting the right size anyway. Not that way. Okay. Yeah, that's the size we have here. But this will be size to content. So we need to get the desired size. Okay. Thought we had that already. And the other thing I need to do is change the where is it? I don't want the time to be put out here. Oh, interesting. Now we get something more interesting here. Okay, it works. Now we need to change the anchor. Let's go over here and into the window designer and set this down here. Okay. So one of the values there needs to be positive. even though they are both negative here. The thing is, we need to call this for the start as well. So in our event graph, we're calling it here to set all line texts. And at that point, we don't have, there's no desired size yet. Which is a bit strange, because it should be there already. Yeah, it's set to 0. So we need to change that. So if we need to check if it's 0 and set something else there. Um, I don't know, let's check if it's higher than 0. Then we want that to happen. Yeah, that's the thing. Okay. And here we put an end. Throw that in here. And basically check this as well, if it's higher than 0. So if they're both higher than 0, then we are doing it, otherwise nothing happens. And after the first resize, it's this should be okay, I hope. Let's try it. Let's see if we completely killed the system. Okay, the first one is a bit off, and the second one is okay. Good. So we need to fix the position of the first one. I need to change the height. Somehow I need to change the height. Let's change this as well. Let's see if we can get this to look correctly. Yep, that looks better. Let's see if we can get this to proper values. And it still looks good. Yep. I think it's slightly squished together. Let's see. I think it's okay. And let's put this to 0.2. And this to 0.1 as well. No. 0.13. 5. Yeah, the picture is not the best to size it that way, but that could work. Okay. And now we need more here. Yeah, now this jumps all over the place. Let's go to this one. I think we have a problem here. Because sometimes it is resized, sometimes it isn't. But yeah, okay, here we need to... I forgot one step. Before we add 20, we need to divide that by 2. Then we are adding 20 to it. Wait. No. This is the height. So this should not be divided. So let's delete that. Because we want to push it completely up. Maybe 20 is not enough. So let's see. Here it's working, but this value is too low. So the desired size, wait, the size was higher? Yeah, this is floating up here. Okay. Maybe there's an error in my... Yeah, this size here again is too low, even though it's higher. And for some reason this is bigger size in Y. So not sure. So it is centered correctly. That is working. That part works. This part doesn't really work. Let's compile this and see what we get without our offset there. Yeah, and here we have 300 roughly. And this is... I'm not sure if the size is correct here. Because in my opinion the size is... Wait. No, it is that value there. But okay. Yeah, I mean there was another idea to center that in here. What was it? No, it's in a different spot. Yeah, okay, if we create this and add it to the viewport, then it's positioned in viewport. But no, that doesn't work for what I want. Oops, sorry. I mean, I could try something else on here. Yeah, this image size determines the starting dimensions here. So let's put this to 500 by 300. And then we set the overlay to minus 170. Minus 250. Okay, that value is correct. This one isn't. Oh, yeah. This needs to be minus 320. Okay. I mean, what I could do is this and then just remove the offsets. Have it stretched there. Yeah, but that doesn't look good. And it would also not help us with our Y position. Yeah, no. Now it's kind of breaking everything here because it's trying to align that. Set the same wrap in here as we have in the other one. Okay, what happens if we break this link here? Does it resize correctly? Yeah, no, not really. I mean, it works, but when we have yeah, no, this needs to be longer, so it might work a bit better. You can do that and then try this again, see what changes. Yeah, the problem is we don't have really long text in this example here, and we don't have really long answers. So it kind of works with that, but if I have longer text with long answers, I think this might break again. And I don't like that it's so stretched for short text. Let's see. Yeah, needed to resize to be even shorter. So this, I'm not happy with the size of this thing here. So the image need to be So for this, it is resizing from the first one. Yeah, and we don't have this block down here. And now it's a bit bigger. The problem is when we get more than it might. We get more options here for the player to say. Or when this line up here is longer. Let's go to the overlay and set the offset here a bit higher. I think now we get problems with our height. No, it's still working. Okay, here we have, yeah. If we had another dialog option here on this dialog, then we would have a problem. So that we can't see the whole dialog there. Let's try something. Wait. Oh, I can't set the... So the condition list, set this value to true. And see what we get here. And also set the other value to true. Because then we get nice long dialog options. No, we don't. Why? Okay. It's not doing the proper selecting there. Let's go in here. And see what we... have another player character. Okay, I can't set that. That's not good. So I think I need to put this condition list somewhere else, where I still have access to it and can do something about it. Okay, so I need to have access to that from outside. So we can't set that correctly, so yeah, it needs to be somewhere else. And I think I will move it to the game mode as well, because I'm using that for something else already, for our game time, and conditions are also global, and I need to be able to change them. Yep, I think I will be doing that. But that would be tomorrow. I need to move all that stuff out of my first person character, or the global stuff. So with that, I would say bye bye. See you guys later.